Dude, I was talking. I forgot that I muted my mic. Um, but for my 50k evals from Lucid, I'm on the Lucid Max plan. So for me, the 50k accounts are like 180 bucks, and I can't check the. They don't give me the option to. Um, they don't give me the option to buy the old evals anymore, so I can't buy any pro or flex accounts. Did you use up? Well, no, that's 20 bucks more. I'm wondering if you used up all of your discount code, because after a certain amount of uses, it goes from what is it? 40% to 30%. Yeah, go to your discount folder and see if you ran out, because you only can use the 40%, or was it 50%, 5 times, and then after that the discount decreases. If you were a new user, you get like a uh you get an additional like 10% on top of that. I think for your first 2 accounts. It's, no, let me update the payout. Oh, I'm at 312. Dude, I haven't updated this in 8,000 bucks. I'm at 312. There we go. I don't really use this ES side, so let me just remove that. There we go. Oh, really? Dude, that's weird. Dropped it to 84. Did you just like keep like redoing it? That's a pretty weird bug. I'm currently out of accounts to play with. Besides this one, this is like my one funded account that hasn't traded yet. I'm excited to see how this model works going forward. It sucks that I didn't take it yesterday, because yesterday it hit for like 200 something points. Or how much did it hit for? Yesterday it hit TP for 184 points on the end of day model, and it hit for 224 points on the 2R model. And now I'm starting today. So if today loses, that's gonna suck. What are the XYZ lines on NQ? Those are my personal gamma exposure lines. Have you heard of GEX? It's gamma exposure. It's basically taking options data and converting it to futures levels. If I remember my code correctly, it takes options data from excuse me, from SPY and QQQ, translates those to SPY QQQ levels, which are these hundreds levels, and then converts them to futures levels. So they're basically support and resistance levels. I have my own blend of certain so some people only do like one expiration, some people only do the current day's expiration, so 0 DTE options contracts. I have a blend of a certain amount of days, and then I don't know how other people weigh their Greeks, but I have my own version of weighing the Greeks. So that's what the XYZ models are doing. The only thing that sucks about the XYZ models is that it's impossible to like, well, it's not impossible, but it's a pain in the ass to backtest. There's no like like for all these other models I can backtest on the Thinkorswim backtest engine. It's not perfect, but it's something. But for the XYZ lines, I have to pull them every single day, and I only have about, I think, a month, almost 2 months of data. Like that's decent, but compared to the other models that's been running for 6 months, it's still a work in progress, and it still will be for like a while. So I don't even know in the long run if there's if it's positive expectancy. And it's something that I probably have to manually test, which I'm not really excited to do that. But from what I've seen, they're decent support and resistance levels. With a stop loss of 100 points on NQ, 40 to 60 points TP on NQ. And for ES, it's like around 20 point stop loss, 10 to 15 points TP. And then depending on how you enter, you can if volatility is high, well, this is where trading discretion comes in. If volatility is high, you can wait for an overshoot of your level and get in at a better price, so for an even better RR. You were telling your indicator to use the swing highs and lows as support and resistance. The hardest part you're gonna find, K-Dot, is how to set your orders. Is your order basically has to be like, it either has to be a market order, a limit order. I think that's it. And so what you can try to do is, on assuming your stop loss and you're using the 1 minute, your stop loss and take profit are far away enough that it doesn't trigger this issue called the same bar cascade, right? The same bar cascade is a problem that backtesters face everywhere, right? Where, and this is why the 5 minute bar sucks, because 5 minutes there could be a huge range within the X minute candle. If it hits your stop loss, entry, and TP at the same time, if it's a historic candle, you don't know how it played out, right? Did it hit your entry and then TP and then stop loss? Did it hit your entry and then stop loss? You'll basically never know. For 1 minute data, it cuts that out by a decent amount. Assuming your stop loss and take profit are far away enough that it'll take like a news candle to trigger like all three of them. And then you could probably set a filter. I was thinking about this, a news filter where if a 1 minute candle is X amount of points from low to top, you just filter it out, and then you just say, don't take this trade. Maybe you'll take it in real life, but there's no reason to back test it because it's a news candle. So all these models, like everything that's back tested, it's very hard to say for sure. That's why it's always important to live test. And that's why I'm using like my Top Step accounts here to like live test the actual model. You're also unsure if to ignore the HLEH since those are patterns. I'm assuming higher low equal high since those are patterns. If that's what you mean. Of either uptrend or downtrend. There's no way to know for sure if those are worth ignoring or not. The only way to know for sure is to back test them, right? And see how your data responds to it. The only thing you need to worry about is for overfitting. The more filters and the more stuff you add into a model, usually it makes it less efficient in the long term. If you're trying to test for years and years of data, the more stuff you add to make it fit and to make it work for like 6 months, it's going to fall apart in like a year's plus of data, because you're basically overfitting it to that one specific time frame. That once, like maybe you're in a very bullish 6 months, 3 months, 1 week, however long, right? When you do for years, it's different market regimes, right? Bull market, bear market, stuff like that. The indicator thing is back is the indicator thing has you testing your patience. Yeah. It's very exciting once you find something with positive expectancy, but then you run into stuff that all algorithm traders or algorithm makers will run into. The first thing you're gonna run into is the same bar cascade problem. The first thing, it's one of the first things I ran into. The second thing you run into is if your model is barely positive, you're going to run into slippage and commission fees turning your break-even model to a negative model. So my current models, I think the top 3 don't account for slippage or commissions, but these bottom 2 do. So these bottom 2 are probably the only models I'll be trading on my Top Step accounts, because it's the only ones that it's like the most rigorous model. And even though it says 20k, 24k versus however much up here, this is for a 30-day window versus these are 180 days. But making algorithms and making it work is pretty fun. When you find something and then you see it work out, it's like a very nice achievement. I see the level bounce off the daily open. Globex open or New York open? There's always lots of buying and selling there. Oh yeah, Globex open. Yeah, so if you've ever stopped by my overnight streams, I'm always like, guys, I want to take a trade at Globex open. I want to be here at Globex open. Oh, I don't want to fight Globex open, right? You'll see that there's a lot of like, you can call them liquidity zones. The longer you trade, you'll notice things like the previous day high, previous day low has a lot of liquidity. Globex has a lot of liquidity, which means that if there's not enough buying pressure or selling pressure, it's very hard to break, which means it's always a decent bet that we'll have some sort of reversal there, right? Where did it break Globex open? Well, here, I mean, it was 9:30 open. It doesn't matter. With the huge volume, doesn't really matter, right? Volume slowly died down, and now it reversed right at Globex open. So maybe Globex open is something that's worth creating a model over. You see it happen so many times. Like, is it worth creating a model? Well, no, nobody knows for sure until you test it. And then what filters would you put in, and how would you prevent overfitting, right? It needs to be clean enough. Like, these 2 models down here have like very little filters. Oh, what's up, Dean? What's up, Jack? Good to see you streaming here again. What made you start again? So I'm starting again to basically quote unquote advertise for these 5 models that I made. In the past 6 months, they all have positive expectancy. So I'm shifting away from a premium Discord. And then in 6 months, if these models produce good enough results, I'll probably be making them into TradingView indicators. So I'll be buying TradingView Premium on Black Friday. So the next 6 months is basically a free trial for everybody, advertising my model. That's about it. And because I wanted to stop streaming overnight, because I wanted, like, I don't want to finish work have an hour break and then stream, you know what I mean? So I stopped doing the overnight streams. And overnight is like, it's pretty boring. Nothing happens in the overnight, I feel like. During New York, it's like, it's exciting. A lot of ups, a lot of downs, big movements. Like most of the news candles happens during New York. Yeah, yesterday was pretty nice, you know. Having a good amount of time for myself, and I've been kind of letting myself go. I gotta get back on my workout grind. I was so motivated in the beginning of the year, and then I guess that's everybody, right? New Year's resolution and whatnot. But I'm going to Japan in like 4 months, so like I gotta lock in. I gotta lock in, guys. No more fucking around. So today after, so I usually go to the gym on Mondays with my friends to do leg day because I developed something called elbow tendonitis, where my right elbow, like it hurts if you exert. And I'll give you examples of exerting forces. It's really weird. If I squeeze toothpaste out with my thumb, I don't know if you ever squeeze out toothpaste, but if I squeeze it a bit too hard, my elbow hurts. So there's certain movements where I can't do, which is why I can't do most of the days. But recently it's been feeling better. I don't want to push it, but it's been feeling better. Same training's had its toll on everything else. Yeah. Well, it wasn't really, it was mostly that like 90% of my day was filled. So like I didn't want, like if I did the 9 to 5, I would have a 1 hour, like 1 hour break, and then I streamed. And depending on how long I stream, then I'll probably end around like 8 or 9, right? And I have work the next day. So if I did work out and it takes an hour, then I'll have like 30 minutes of free time, an hour of free time every day, right? But yeah, I gotta lock back in with all my other days. I think I'm gonna do chest day today. I have a decent setup at home. Like I have a bench, toothpaste dispenser. No, you gotta, when you're I heard the best quote unquote medicine for stuff like, you know how when you roll your ankle, people are like, you're supposed to like walk on it. You're supposed to like get the blood flowing. So maybe I gotta use that as my physical therapy. Just squeeze a bunch of toothpaste. Just buy like a shit ton of toothpaste and just keep squeezing them out. But yeah, I started doing I found like a physical therapy like PDF online for elbow tendonitis. And when I did it, you know, my elbow felt pretty decent. Walk it off, or in this case, squeeze it off. Yeah. I need to learn to have patience and enter on a good reversal. I keep on entering either halfway through the trade or the end of it. Yeah, it's always easier to chase a move rather than start a move. And most of the time for scalping, it's a lot less punishing. And by scalping, I mean like probably like what, like 10, 15, 20 points. Like let's say here you're chasing these two, right? The bounce off Globex, you're chasing here, and then you buy like just 1 mini here. Even though pulled back, you're still good for 10, 20 points. As long as you have the drawdown to take a 60-point hit, which on 1 mini, it's kind of a lot. On 1 mini, 60 points is, how much is that? 1200 bucks. 5 micros, it's easy. But yeah. Chasing less patience has been hard for me as well. Always room to improve. Yeah, that's why I sort of had that issue too. And that's why I've decided to work on models that I think if you have models with some mathematical reason or evidence behind it that it works, you get a lot more patient, right? Like do you want to chase a trend, or do you want to chase a trend even though you know people have been burned so many times chasing, or do you want to wait for your model to come and play out? And this model that I have down here, I think it's like it shows up almost every single day. So that's really helped me just like chill out, right? And just wait for the model to like come to me. That's why you're waiting for it to hit into Globex open. Yeah. And also what sucks is that, you know, these are all support and resistance, liquidity levels, whatever you want to call it. But the more often it taps into it, I find that I get more nervous about it. The first tap, I'll be like, whatever, I may as well take it. The second, third tap, I'm just like, depending on how much time has passed, I'm just like, I don't know. Like we were just here, you know what I mean? So I want this to dip a little more. I want it to hit at least my first DCA entry here. In the models, I tested 1, 2, 3, and 1, 1, 1. And I think 1, 2, 3 carried the most, which I mean, which makes sense, right? You know, it's usually pretty rare to just go straight down. There's usually some wiggle, and then if it overshoots, then you'll have 3 entries here versus 2 entries right here, which means when you hit TP, it'll have a bigger a bigger profit. But if you hit all 3 and keep crashing to the stop loss, but the R and R makes it so that way, you know, a couple winning trades really does well against the losing trades. And I think, excuse me, I think the win rate for this model is about 50%, 51%, with a profit factor of like 1.7, 1 point. I'll just double check. Yeah, I think that's the key. Once you have your model refined, patience is easy. I think that's where I'm at right now, just making my model less discretionary because less impulsive tendencies. Yeah. And I still have a bunch of discretionary trades, right? Sometimes it's a good thing, sometimes it's a bad thing, depending on how well I read, you know, the overall market and price action and yada yada. But I think having a lot of discretionary trades is very bad. Unless in the long run, like you're just amazing at reading the market. It's hard to put a expectancy on discretionary trades. It's hard to find an RR, a win rate, and things like that. I think the best model for this so far which I had Claude backtest, was 1, 2, 3. But you leave one runner if you have 3 contracts in, and you take you remove 2 contracts at 0.75 R, and then you leave 1 contract running. And if it hits all 3, you take out 3 at 0.75 R, and then you leave 3 contracts running until the end of the day. That has mathematically, like, it's been the best in all markets, like during decades of data. And it makes sense because this this model that I'm running is a long only model. So if it's long only and you're holding till the end of the day throughout the decades of, you know, the years, and like we've been in a bull market probably like 90% of the time. So it just kind of makes sense that in the long run, the end of day hold long only strategy would work out. And I think right now is like almost the perfect environment for it. So I passed 1 live account with Lucid. Unfortunately, I don't have my account yet. And what was weird was that last night after I activated it, like 4 minutes later, it said my live account was breached, and it put me on cooldown again when I didn't place a single trade. So I emailed them, and then they were like, "Oh, it's an issue on our end." So it'll take another 24 hours until I get my accounts back. I'm curious to see how this does on a bear market, this long only model. Once I get my Claude tokens refresh, I'm gonna have it filter out my data set and only give me the data for a bear market. So something like the COVID crisis. I don't think I have 2008. What other crises did we have? I'm sure Claude will know in that data set. I think there's like 12 years or 16 years in total. So there must have been a bear market then. Now I'm gonna have it test for those markets and see if I can add a filter to avoid them. But I'm not gonna make it. It might not even be worth it, because then I'll be risking overfitting the. I'll be risking overfitting the model, which could affect my winning years, and I don't want to do that. Trump tweet crisis, yeah. So like during that, like maybe I'll also have it include during the tariff times. Like let me. So Claude is the one that I trust the most. Let me tell you the stats for this. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. And what's weird is that there was some issues that I found, and when I fixed it, it made it even. So like I'm very curious about how well this does, because the Sharpe ratio is too strong and it makes me a bit worried. So let me hold on. Wait, where'd my chart go? Oh, there it goes. Okay, so I can't minimize my screen or else everything goes black. Good to know. Sorry about that. What was I doing? Oh yes, my Claude thing. And I think I have this was the profit factor and Sharpe ratio along with the max DD. You guys see it? Cool. Oh, what did I just move? Lock you down. Don't lock you down. What is moving? Oh, lock that down. So these are the stats. Apparently, I still need to test it a bit more and make sure Claude is not hallucinating. I'm gonna have it spit out a trade log for me, for probably like 1 month, 2 months, just to verify the trades are working correctly. But this is so these are two different data sets. The top one is all a micro data set for, I think, 6 years, like 6.5 years. The bottom one is a NQ data set for, I believe, 12 years. There is, I think, a tiny bit of an overlap, because this NQ one only goes up to like 2023 versus this one goes up to 2026. So it's the net profit, the profit factor, and then the Sharpe ratio. And I'm worried about having such a strong Sharpe ratio because there's certain statistical outliers where once you hit it, it's almost like you found like the holy grail, which wouldn't make any sense because there is none in trading. So I need to look into this. And I think 2.99 is not like, I think it's like 4 or 5 plus for a Sharpe ratio where it becomes suspicious. Let me see. Blah, blah, blah. I think I asked it. I asked Claude, like, what should I be looking for profit factor and Sharpe ratio? Blah, blah, blah. When did I ask you this? Oh, wait. My Claude is back? Wait, is it back? My weekly model is down to 62%, not 100. I think that's good. Where is it? I think it's like people should aim for a Sharpe ratio of 2 and a profit factor of 1.2 to 1.3. I think that's the baseline it was giving me. How do you avoid TBT spoofing detection when copy trading TBT accounts? I don't copy trade TBT accounts. Okay, apparently my my Claude will reset at 4 p.m. What was I doing last? Oh, yes, okay. Yeah, I heard about someone getting like banned for spoofing. I have no idea what happened. But usually if you can make it big enough on social media, as long as you did nothing wrong, they'll probably give you back your account. Recently, limit order cancellation flagged their system for spoofing. Yeah, I'm not sure why that does. Oh shit. Okay, let me get this out of the screen. Why is this still on the screen? Let me. Can I just exit out the snipping tool? Yeah, I can. Yeah, I'm not sure why that would cause it. But it's also weird to have. I'm assuming it's like spamming the limit order creation and limit order cancellation. Maybe so much that it thinks you're like a bot or something. I don't know. What's up, Rolf? Let's see if this will hit TP. We're still pretty far away. Let me draw those aesthetically pleasing lines or the order indicators that all those traders have. How do I long, short? Is this long? Long here. Here. People love seeing this. There we go. Roughly a 2R trade. With some DCA near the bottom. Oh wait, you guys can't really see. Hold on. I gotta figure out a better place to put this window. Like, should I put it to the left above me? Maybe that'll be better. Like here. Oh no, but then no, I'll keep it here. Let it be like this. Don't need the bottom part. Bigger. There we go. Excuse me. You have any advice how to avoid top step live transition? Why you never take max payout? Is that the reason? That's one of the reasons. And taking a max payout, I've made all my money. I've made all 312k without like taking max payouts from Top Step. I may have taken some max payouts from Tradeify, and that's because their max payout is 3k, so not a lot. They moved me live after requesting one max 25k across 5 XFAs. Yeah. If you request a max and you copy trade across 5, that's when they send you to live. They've been doing that to a lot of people now. That's another reason why I don't do that. If you take 2k here, 2k there, you basically fly under the radar. They're catching people that copy trade, and they're catching people that basically YOLO across 5 XFAs, build a 10k plus buffer in like 2 days, 3 days, and then take a payout and then only trade extremely small for the rest of however much, just to extract as much money as possible. And a lot of people were doing that. So they started moving people to live, like after the first payout, basically. If you YOLO, copy trade 5 XFAs, make the 10k buffer, take your first payout, most likely you will be moved to live, just like how you were. And I don't like how Top Step is doing that. I don't like it when firms move you to live without a definitive like this is when you're moved to live, right? Like my funded futures, you get moved to live if your pro account makes 100K. Uh, if your rapid accounts make over 10K in a day, if your flex accounts takes like 5 or 6 payouts. It's very clear, and I haven't heard of people being moved to live like a lot earlier. So that's one bad thing about props. You're very good with your average losing day. My average losing day varied. Um, I used to have basically no stop loss and no daily loss limit. So during that time, my worst loss was I think like 73K across um, my funded accounts. And now I've developed a model that has been, and that was when I was more discretionary trading. Now I've developed a model that's been um, consistently profitable on the Thinkorswim backtest engine for the past 6 months. All 5 of these models on screen have been profitable. The bottom 2 are the same model, so I should say all 4 of these have been profitable. So now, and they all have a built-in stop loss and take profit. So the average losing day depends on how many accounts I have. They are now more focused on their brokerage business on the expense. Oh, I'm making their prop business shitty. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. And I think what they're doing is they're hedging. If you've noticed, every single prop firm has been getting worse and worse, and I think they're hedging for the possibility that if prop firms the business fails or gets to a point where it's not profitable anymore, or if the CME or the if the lawmakers basically crack down on prop firms sim paper trading, right? Prop firms with no live account, or they have a model that's more based on the sim farm game, they'll basically all be going under or scrambling to try to get a funded to live program. And Top Step will already have that because of their brokerage. And I think they also acquired that other firm. What is it? Elite? No. What is the other firm? Shit, I forgot the other firm. But basically that other firm was very unique because that other firm was all funded to live accounts. So it's like they're hedging for that bet basically. These models run on indicators or price action. These models are all my custom made indicators. It's not based on, I mean, some of them are based a little bit on price action. Some of them are based on volume. There's some calculations in the backside, excuse me, in the back end. They're all a blend of different models and strategies. but not a crazy blend to the point where I'm worried about it being overfit. Now the top three, I'm not sure if they're overfit or not, but the bottom two I know are not overfit because it's like it's very, there's very little indicators or filters, I guess you can call it. These were all vibe coded. I'm not smart enough to be a quant, but I basically what I do is I run it through the thinkorswim strategy report. So thinkorswim is actually placing the buy, sell, TP, stop loss orders versus somebody that only shows you a AI report of the metrics. And that's the reason why I'm live testing these, to make sure that everything is in line. What firm? Which one are you talking about? Oh, we're talking about the firm where it's like funded to live. I forgot what they're called. But Topstep bought them. And what's funny is they bought them on April Fool's Day. So everyone thought it was a joke, but it was not a joke. They could have picked any other day to do it, but they picked April Fool's Day, which was pretty funny. You're just waiting on month ends to get an eval account, been depositing very little money, ended up YOLOing the account, hoping I'd recover. Yeah, YOLOing account is like, I mean, it's YOLOing, you know what I mean? Lucid process someone's live account 300k on Discord is spreading like fire, free publicity. Yeah, I need to work on the publicity part. But there's no publicity really nowadays without showing some crazy win. But whoever did that, that guy is extremely extremely skilled, I'm sure. My trading has been a lot more conservative since building up a buffer, and now I'm getting stopped out since I have a smaller stop loss. Yeah, my stop losses are pretty decently sized. And I like how they're sized because they're so far away that if it's wrong for sure. Like example for this entry that I entered. My average, I don't know if you guys can see, is here, which is 29553. My stop loss is 29418. So if we dropped 140 points, then yeah, you know, I'm wrong. They could have that day. I think that makes me feel better about holding on for a while. But having a tight stop loss improves. Well, yes and no. I wasn't saying it improves your Sharpe ratio, but if your type stop loss is cutting your winners that go into a bit of drawdown, then no. And there's another, I had Claude run a calculation called MAE. MAE is basically I basically had it look in the trades for the model and find the average drawdown that it takes, or how much hits stop loss after it hits the first entry. What percent hits stop loss after it hits the second entry? What percent takes stop loss in the third? And then you can kind of generate a stop loss that you can trust. And that's how it is with all models. You don't magically know a stop loss and take profit. You look through your testing and see where price tends to overshoot on your, you know, on your entry. But, you know, it doesn't mean that your type stop loss is bad or good, right? Only data can tell. Your models, they handle good in consolidating markets or in different environments. Like recently, we've just been going up. This model that I've back tested, and for me, I can't back test across decades of data without AI. Now, I am using Claude Opus, which is, in my opinion, the best AI, and I fed it 16 years of data, about 16 years. And I think I showed it. I also did walk forwards and a Monte Carlo simulation on them. Basically, it takes your entire data set and then it puts you at a random spot, and then it goes for 1 year to see how it deals in that 1 year time span, right? And then I've done it through, there's 5 different walk forwards. I'm going to show you the most recent stat. Now these are all with, I'm going to show you the walk forwards because I think that may be good enough. So I'm going to show you the walk forwards. It also includes 1 tick slippage, and it also includes commissions. Whoa. Okay. So this is the walk forward simulations. basically picking a random year and then quote unquote walking forward, testing for that 1 year splice out of your entire data set, right? I have 2 data sets, right? MNQ and NQ. Just because I had 2 people provide it to me. The net P&L is whatever. You should mostly be looking at profit factor and Sharp. So I'm just gonna go with the profit factor and Sharp ratio of the lower one. So profit factor of 1.52, Sharp of 2. Max drawdown, win rate, return to max drawdown, right? So these are the stats. Now these are AI stats because I can't, you know, it's 17 years of data. I can't backtest that. So that's what I have. This is the model that I trust the most. It's the bottom 2 models. It's the model that I'm currently in a trade with right now. So yesterday this model hit for, I think, 228 points, and now I'm currently sitting on a decent trade. Yeah. And let me see if I can find the full data set. Testing. Or I think, did I do a year-by-year comparison? But when you do a year-by-year comparison, and here's the thing, and when you start making your own models, you'll realize, if you start making a year-by-year comparison and you try to fix your, like, you know, in the long run, let's say your model is profitable, but you do the year-by-year back test, right? And you see some years are like minus, some years are like a lot of years are plus, but you have some years that are minus. And then you go in and try to fix the minus years. It's very hard because when you try to fix the minus years, you may be overfitting, and it could be taking profits away from your winning years. And that was one thing that I did before. In the top 3 models, I had the AI spit out every single year's P&L. And then I realized that when I tried to fix them, right, it was just fucking up the profits that I gained from the years that it was winning. I have a free Discord if you're interested. There's this one guy, Thanos. He has a pretty good idea of price action. I need to lock in. I have to get my first payout. Just take it slow. When you rush, it's the opposite effect. Prop firms want you to rush. Prop firms don't want you to trade 1 micro, 2 micros, 3 micros. They want you to rush. When you do rush, you size up. When you size up, your account can only take X amount of drawdown before blowing up, right? That's cool. I think I'm gonna start sitting with you on your lives. Hope when you start to monetize your stuff, we still have some sort of access to your community. But yeah, I have a Discord community. It's always gonna be free. The only thing I'm monetizing is going to be the best model that I have in the you know, whichever model produces the best results in the next 6 months. And it's probably going to be the bottom 2. I think I need to split up. I think I need to get out of the 5-minute time frame and go to the 1 minute because of the excuse me, because of the same bar cascade problem. It really fucks up your data, and no matter what, the only perfect backtest you can do is with tick data, and I don't have tick data. The best I have is 1 minute data, so I should, even though it'll be reducing my sample size, I should be moving all of these models to 1 minute, because my entries are not perfect on these models. And then when you backtest for 5 minutes, the noise in 5 minutes can be way too much. So the same bar cascade problem is, you know, your entry, stop loss, take profit all gets hit in the same time. What does the engine see? What does the thinkorswim see? It doesn't know. Now there's some ways you can kind of mitigate that, where you can set certain locks and filters, and certain entry criteria, and it fixes it a little bit, but then you're not really trading your model. But on the bright side, you're making your model less effective than it would be theoretically in like, you know, in person, which would be a good thing. I think I might focus. I don't know if I want to make another model or just go with these four. Someone on Discord reached out to me to try to make their model using EMAs, or using, someone else said to try to use RSI. I don't know how many tokens I want to use on that. I already thought up just now of a filter to put in on the bottom two models, but I don't know if it's a good idea or not. It'll be taking the current day's entire movement. Like, let's say the overnight has moved plus 400 points, and then my model wants another 200 to 300 points above my entry. So I filter those days out, because then I'm basically hoping for a 700 plus point day from the open. And that'll be easy for AI to do, because it's not like, oh, look at the price action, oh, look at this, look at that. It's take Globex open, get the high, you know, keep a record of the high, keep a record of the low. And then if it's exceeding this threshold, go to the actual trade result, and then see if those days have a lower win rate or a higher win rate, which will be interesting. Gemini for research purposes is very good. I do a lot of research on it. For research, it could be okay. I've been like, the reason why I haven't been doing new models and working on stuff and trying to make stuff better right now is because I've tried to use Gemini for coding purposes, to maybe add a feature to these models, and it would just fuck up like another one of my other features. Like, one thing I tried to add was this. So if you were here yesterday, my entries were, there was no text bubble here where it tells you what entry you should be looking for, right? And I tried to do it with Gemini, and when I tried to fix it, the bubble appeared, but then my entry arrows were all gone. So it, for research, is probably pretty decent, like to bounce ideas off of. For coding, I've seen that it's a bit weaker than Claude Opus. You remember? Oh, were you here? Yeah, it was one thing that I was trying to fix. I thought I would have to wait until the end of, like, I thought I would have to wait until Saturday to get my weekly tokens to refresh, but I think after 4 p.m. today, I'll have tokens to backtest with. We're not backtest, but maybe fix a couple things in these models. I think the models that I trust the most are these three, the bottom two, and then this one. I think this one has, let's see the win rate on this. All right, I guess you can't see the win rate, but the only bad thing about this model right here is that it's triggered, I think, it's triggered 53 times in the last 180 days. The drawdown has been basically nothing, which is very good. So I need to run this across. This is the next one that I want to optimize. And this one has pretty insane stop loss. Like look at this stop loss. This entry was along here. The stop loss was almost 500 points away from the entry, with a TP of 137 137 for this specific day. Maybe I'll also turn this into a long, because this one has long and short. Maybe I'll turn this into a long only. We'll see. What's up, Lakshmi? How are the models today? Pretty good. I'm currently in a trade with my strongest model, which are the bottom two. Currently in profits of, let me see, how much is that? Like 400. So about 200 points in profit. I'm debating on closing out because I already got 200 points, and that's already pretty crazy. And I'm looking for my TP is a little bit over 800, 820. 820 is the TP. Yeah, it's doing pretty well. I secured one more payout and activated. Well, I activated a Lucid Max account, but there was an issue on their end. So even though I activated it, on their end, apparently, like I failed without even taking a single trade. And then I messaged support, and they said it was an issue caused on their end. So hopefully it gets fixed. They said a fix would be in about 24 hours. Because right now, all my Lucid accounts are gone. All my evals and my live accounts. I'm not sure. It's something on their end. I guess other people are experiencing it because they're excuse me. They know about the issue. Yeah, they responded to me. This was caused by an error on our side and not by any trading activity on your account. Our team is already aware of the issue and working on the correction. Your account status will be fixed within 24 hours. There's nothing you need to do at this time. So once that gets resolved, I'll have one more funded account. And I have a couple other ones. I think I have one other one that's almost done. It needs like 1 or 2 more days of just flips. Where's the TP? The TP is 820, I believe. Let me double check. Yeah, it's 820. It should say the model that I'm following on stream is this one. This bottom left. The bottom left and the bottom right are the same model, but the bottom right assumes you hold until the end of the day. Versus the bottom left, you hold in for 2R. My Thinkorswim has low memory usage, or no, has low memory. I may have to scrap one or two of these models. Let me open my task manager. Let's see how much memory am I using. 84%. Okay, that's a lot. A lot of it is used by all my tabs in Google. Okay, let me delete some tabs. Which of these tabs don't I need? I need that one. I don't need my email one. I have a couple copies of the email. I need my top step one. Okay, now what is it at? 79%. I guess that's fine. Visual Studio is taking up a lot. Then I guess let me close it. Save some. Okay, I saved 10%. Okay, that's good. Let me go to Thinkorswim. Let's see if my memory is still in trouble. Yeah, it is. I'm gonna have to increase the Thinkorswim memory. I'm curious to see how today will play out. It was kind of asking a lot for a what? What's the TP? A 300 point TP? That's kind of insane. So I wonder for days like this if I should cut it short. Now today's only one day's worth of data, but I'm gonna keep an eye on it for the next for the next 6 months. VIX is still going down, so I'm not really worried about a crash. I mean, I kind of have to follow it, right? I have to follow the math. I need to let the stats play out. So, well, if I really wanted to follow the math, let the stats play out, theoretically, the end of day hold is the more profitable in the long run. Just because markets only go up. When I get more accounts, there was one a different variation of this one that I was thinking about doing. It's one that takes partials, and Thinkorswim, the backtest engine, sucks with partials. When you try to close your orders, it closes all of your open orders. So that's the issue that I'm running into. But across the backtests with Claude, the most profitable is an entry like how I'm doing now. 1 contract, 2 contracts, 3 contracts. Same stop loss. But you take partials. If you hit the second entry, you take two accounts that exit at 0.75. And if you hit the third entry, you take out 3 accounts at, and by 0.75 I mean 0.75R. And then you leave the rest as runners for the rest of the day. I just can't get the stats on the Thinkorswim backtesting engine because it's just like a giant pain in the ass. What I could do if I wanted to is I could split it into 3 different strategies. Test every single one of them. Oh no, that's gonna be a mess. Never mind. That's gonna be horrible. Probably just stick to these 2 then. And if I want to take partials, I probably will take partials because I'm trading props. And partials just basically get you closer to a payout. I think I will take partials, but I won't have I don't have it on the model. I won't have it in the code basically. I could code it, but I could code it and do it off of pure math and just ignore the backtest engine. Could do that. I might do that.